Been a while since I started to stream with the sip. Used to always do that. Used to always start with a sip of water. Hey, hello! Happy New Year, and welcome. I am here. It is 11:42 on Wednesday, January 3rd, 2024. This is the first stream of the new year, a day late and $1 short, but I'm here. Yeah, I was gonna come by yesterday and do this, but I kind of needed to finish up a few things. Also, I was very tired. I took a long nap yesterday, and just didn't have the drive to stream. Like, I could have, and I kind of decided last minute not to. So, a little bit of a shorter week for streams. It's just going to be today and tomorrow. I'll probably get back to it normally next week. But this week, we're going to finish Ace Attorney 3, Trials and Tribulations. This is going to be this is it. Like, these two streams are going to be the end of it. Whoa, noise. Yeah, I'm not doing a long ramble tonight. There's not a ton to say about the 4 or 5 days I've been gone. So, you know, not really worth it. I might do a ramble tomorrow, but to be honest, tonight I really want to reach a specific point of this case where I know that tomorrow I'll be able to finish it. So I kind of want to get started because I'm going to have to, like, kind of hoof it tonight. We're going to have to make progress. I think we have to, like, about 3 to 4 hours of progress is necessary. And, yeah, that should put me at just about 4 a.m. So, Iris on trial for apparently killing Elise Donham. We interviewed the head nun, Sister Bikini, last time, and she is very adamant that she saw Iris at the temple, the inner temple, even though Iris claims she was not at the inner temple. She also claims that Iris at the inner temple was wearing her hood, which we know that she gave to Phoenix. So there's obviously some discrepancy going on here. And now we have called Laurice Donham the Butts to the stand. Oh, and also Edgeworth is the defense attorney here. So there you go. You're all caught up. Take one more sip before I start voicing. Court will now reconvene. Miss Von Karma, where is the witness? During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery. Suspicious behavior? Oh yeah, let me rebalance the sound again. I know the sound in this game's kind of weird. I gotta, because if I want to hear myself, it's gotta be very loud. I don't want my voice to be too overpowering from the music, and I don't think it is. I think I can just lower this just a tad. There we go. Or maybe, no, raise it up a little bit. There we go. Alright, that should be good. Yeah. Hitting -20. Like, hitting -20 is good for desktop audio at the max, and then voice hits, like, -10. But that peaks just because sometimes my voice goes, like, weird! Like that, right there. That peaked. It's not about volume. See, that wasn't loud, but that still peaked. I don't know. I'm adjusting lightly as we go along. Suspicious behavior. He was sketching something very intensely. Actually, 1 notch down probably is better. There we go. -25. Yeah. Peter. That's Mike's, right? That friggin' 3D spinning Peter emote. I like how it's hollow on the inside. You can clearly see the inside of it is, like, hollowed out. Dare I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained? He drew a terrifying woman, armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip. I can only presume that his intention was to capture you. Ah! Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Laurice Donham, I hope you're ready. Get in here. It would seem that whip is going to see plenty more use today. Ow! Your sketch is in contempt of this court. Hey, I was just artistically rendering. Ouch! You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your subpoena, correct? Look, I'm nothing but a fledgling artist training out in the mountains. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use the technical term for the color, Viridian. Larry, this isn't an art store now, is it? I know, I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it? Working in the fields? I presume you want to say field work, I hope. That's it. Thanks, buddy. It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence. I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. So see, I've got nothing to do with this trial at all. I expect all your faces to be red when you realize this mistake. Bright red. Or, to use the technical term, Crimson Lake. Ow, ow, ouch! Ow, 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 ouch, 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 ouch! Ow! Stop your pathetic blabbing and testify like a man. Refrain from whipping me, Miss Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. Witness, that was all your fault. Testify now. Hey, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Robo Bunny Hops. This is too much for me. It's funny because Larry and Von Karma are the only two people who cry like that in this trilogy. Because at the end of the second game, Von Karma cries and her eyes look like Larry's when he does that. What I saw. I was at that lodge out in the mountains looking up at the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now. Aren't I edgy? Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony. I'm just a nobody. Nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? And why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation or anything else? Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. He's recently been to the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he's been to other people. Yeah, that's right, I'm behind everything, every case. Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you eternally unhappy. You're not Maggie Bird. I almost called him Larry Bird. Well then, let's proceed to cross-examination. With no touching, thank you. We could delve into the other details at a later time.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? This one single statement is so full of contradictions. For a moment there, I thought I was going to collapse. So, witness, any idea to where these contradictions in your testimony lie? Depending on your answer, I may stay my whip. Okay, give me a minute. Well, it was snowing that night, so I couldn't possibly have seen the stars. That rundown shack is hardly a lodge, is it? And even if the stars could be seen, it's not like I was there to look at them, right? See, you can do it if you try. Ow, 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 ouch. There's only one issue here. What you saw at Dusky Bridge. Saw your balance to be paid from school, sweet lord, with all the books and such. That's me. Oh, so, no, you know what? Actually, I'm not even gonna talk about it. I'm just gonna say that yesterday I ended up, no, it's the classes. Oh, God. I mean, the books don't help either. Let's be honest. Yesterday I had to spend a ton of money on stuff that's not, like, relevant right now, but it's a decent chunk of money that I wasn't hoping to spend anytime soon, but at the same time I was like, I need to get this done now. So I'm just gonna get it. I just got it done. I'm not gonna think about it. I'm gonna just get my money back as I go along and continue my shit-ass job that I don't want to work. Anyway, walked to the bridge a number of times. A number of times? How many? Maybe 5 times? I went once every 20 minutes. Which means you spent almost 2 hours at Heavenly Hall that night. You bet. Real love is about waiting with your heart in your hands. Love, you say? Was this man's intention to summon the defendant to the small shack? Using this blackmail letter. Blackmail? No, that was simply a product of overflowing love. Ah! You huffy-puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whining wuss of a witness. So, what did you see? I hope for your sake you saw a snowmobile. You huffy-puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering whining wuss... Oh, fuck. You huffy-puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whiny wuss of a witness, eh? Well, you see... Being called those names doesn't seem to bother him at all.
Hold it!
Larry, you really didn't see it? Hey, no need to hit your desk. I can hear you. I didn't see it. I didn't see a snowmobile. Larry, say snowmobile for me, please. Snowmobile. If you truly have nothing to hide, then why are you stammering like you just flew over a cuckoo's nest? Shut up! What is this? I don't know! Don't ask me! It seems I'll need to start from a more obvious contradiction. Going to strike the blow that will finally get him to spill the beans. Yeah, beans.
Hold it!
You didn't meet anyone? That's right, because I've got nothing to do with this. And I'm just here to buy some Viridian paint, okay? Come on, I expect to see those Crimson Lake faces, now. It would appear that simply pressing him isn't going to be enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Indeed. It seems that he's going to claim to have nothing to do with this to the end. I don't want this guy to cost us any more time. I need to slice through his obvious contradictions and keep things moving along. Tracks photo. Oh, that wasn't it. This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't accept that. Well done, Your Honor. What? I was only testing you just now. Well then, why don't you try testing this penalty, too? Looks like I shouldn't have spoken in haste. Alright, so should I start with the actual contradictions he pointed out? No. I think we've already well established that point now. Oh, he saw Phoenix Wright. Wow, I was like thinking, like, who could he have seen during the murder? I'm like, oh wait, after the murder, he ran to Nick. Larry Butts. I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic and you cause all sorts of trouble. I'm sorry, but having realized just how much of a nuisance you've been, that could be considered a step in the right direction. Edgy, are you trying to console me? Certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create. You're totally pinning this on me. Now then, let us talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened across a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts. That's right, me, in the flesh. Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. As long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. That reality will not change. But what do you want me to do, then? Larry, what you need to change is your inner self. But for now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue is all I need from you. Edgy, I think I've finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this will go especially well. I'll ask again then, witness. What did you see on the night of the murder? We didn't even bring up the fact that he saw... Well, actually we did. Never mind. I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out to the window, and Dusky Bridge was on fire! It's 2 cans of what I'm assuming is non-alcoholic drink, a beret, 2 oranges, a comic book, and a bag of chips. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick. You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you? So, what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire? It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. It totally burnt out, like almost totally gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall. What did you say? Oh, don't worry, it's nothing life-threatening. He just caught a cold. I never know what that meant, if he should be called lucky or unlucky. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination. Franziska didn't know that he'd fallen off the bridge. I thought Edgeworth would have said that to her, like, immediately. Then again, she thought she was going to face off against Nick, so...
Hold it!
Went right away to check it out. You said right away, but how long after that strike was that? The lightning fell and then the bridge caught on fire. Maybe around 5 minutes? I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out. How far is the small shack you were in from the bridge? Hold on, well, it pretty much stopped snowing. I guess about a 5-minute walk? And how did Dusky Bridge look when you got there? Like I had recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfires kids make during school camping trips can compare. Well, should I press him for a little more info? Why didn't you call anyone? Larry, let me ask you one thing. What is it, Edgy? What's with the serious face? Why didn't you call anyone? Huh? What do you mean? Normally when faced with a towering inferno, one would try and tell someone. There's a public phone by the Dusky Bridge, correct? Well, of course I thought about doing that. So then, let's hear why you didn't. Huh? Yeah, okay, my reason. My reason... It isn't that I didn't try to tell anyone, I just didn't have time to, okay? I arrived at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later.
Hold it!
You claim to have arrived at the bridge at the same time as Wright. Yeah, I thought I'd better tell someone about this, but then Nick came up yelling about the murder. Totally made me forget about the bridge. Fire was pretty much out by then anyway. What's this feeling? I suddenly have a terrible case of unease. It was after contacting the police that Phoenix Wright fell from the bridge, correct? Yeah, that's pretty much it, more or less. Told me about the burning bridge yesterday, but there's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth. Went to the shack around 9, so it would have been around 10:30 p.m. If lightning struck... Whoops. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45 p.m., around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. Larry got there, and the fire was already out, which means he didn't get there at 10:45 or 10:50. He got there when Phoenix got there, which was after 11. Which was when Elise saw, yeah. Body fell 10 feet. Rain lights about 10 p.m. till the murder was discovered. Doesn't really say, but, I mean, I'm assuming that the weather data is what we need here.
Objection!
Yeah. Thought maybe I'd have to press something else to get more info first, but... Your very existence being a contradiction. I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not. What the hey, Edgy? You make me sound like some sort of alien! But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is time. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I've never been the best timekeeper, you know. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take for you to catch up to him? I'm terrible at those. This is much more simple. You saw lightning strike Dusky Bridge, and immediately went to see what had happened. Is that correct? Yeah, well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less. I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You say it took less than 5 minutes from the shack to Dusky Bridge. Meaning you probably got there at around 11 p.m. That all sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his falling act. That is impossible. What do you mean? 11 p.m. is when the murder occurred at Hazakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there in the courtyard. There's no way that Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time. Excuse me, I have an objection. You do? Edgy, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry, I'm Larice, don't— It's not been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. The sister only said around 11. In which case, it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing there, Miss Franziska von Karma. The slope ahead is slippery. But there's still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m. And why not? It's clearly written here in the weather data report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Destroy her. She's not a bad guy. Not anymore, at least. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning at least until 11:15 p.m. Which means, what exactly? Wright did not see the bridge when it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until the flames had already died down. Why is there a space between had and died? There's like an extra space there. Still's the whip, though. Yeah. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m., but Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding things and just tell us the whole truth. Now then, what happened during these missing 15 minutes? It's so weird seeing that image of Edgeworth, like, mirrored. His mouth looks weird, going from right to left. I feel like I was just brutally woken up by a toilet splashback. I guess I was still sleeping after all. Pinch me. Order. Ow! So there was missing 15 minutes prior to meeting Phoenix Wright. Hardly see that as much of a problem. These headphones being tangled are, though. There we go. Yeah, not much of a problem at all. Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes and there's a phone right next to it. Why, then, did you not report the accident? Yes, witness. Why didn't you say something that I missed the rest of that line? Were you simply there to watch the bridge burn? And therein lies the problem. For even after the bridge had burnt out, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty. Ooh, excuse me. I have, my Nessie's mom gave us a big apple, like, I don't know what it— strudel? An apple strudel? It's a big apple pastry with actual, like, apple inside of it. And, I heated some up with vanilla ice cream on it, and it was so good. I've been eating it for breakfast, and I'm gonna switch to eating it for dessert, because I just want it with ice cream now. And I just tasted that a second ago. Delish. Yum. Oh, guess what? It's gonna fucking snow here this weekend, too. It's gonna be possibly a blizzard. And I'm just like... no, you know what I was like? Here's our first soundbite of the new year.
Give me a break.
I hate snow. I hate shoveling snow. Strudel's not really a thing on your end at all. I don't know if it's a strudel or not. I actually don't know what a strudel is, technically. I mean, I've had strudel before. Anyway, that's what it sounds like. You'll take that snow, please. It's coming from the west, so feel free. Take as much as you want. But this is Larry we're talking about, and even he is incapable of being so stupid. Which means there has to be a reason for his inaction. Edgy, I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude. Just as I thought, you've been playing with us all this time. Listen, I'm going to tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all? Yes. I may really say it this time. Then say it. Very well, I have a terribly bad feeling about this, however. Let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Now, for the 15 minutes gap, what were you doing, witness? Missing 15 minutes. I'm a donim. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped into a frenzy of art. The shock and awe that I was feeling, I transferred all directly onto the page. Before I realized it, the flames had gone out, and then he came running up. I suppose artists can be strange folk. That's right. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch. Including the truth from the sound of it. Mr. Edgeworth, does this remove the last of your doubts? Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains. And what would that be? This is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us till now? I intend to drag the reason out of him. You'll regret this, Edgy. Tell us, Larry. My name is Laurice, get it right. Mistakes like that are what keep you from being popular with the ladies like I am. Just who exactly are you? I'm Laurice Donham, apprentice extraordinaire. That's what he calls himself in any case. And you are an artist? Of course I'm an artist, the real thing. Yet again, that's what he calls himself. Names mean nothing. There's only one issue I care to discuss. What were you doing? It's a very big issue indeed. Sketching the burning bridge? The burning bridge and everything that came with it. What came with it? You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Edgy? You'll regret this. That sketch of mine is... Enough. Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth. What should I do? I got a terrible feeling that the instant the sketch is revealed, the entire world may be changed by what's depicted there. Do it! Do it! Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch, please? Well, well, even I couldn't have imagined it turned out like this. Imagined what? That Laurice Donham's debut would take place here, today, like this. Ow, 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 ouch! Show it, now! Okay, but steel yourselves. This is the world of Laurice Donham. Well... So this is Dusky Bridge, correct? The fuck, that's actually good? Oh, just wait. You'll see more of his art later. Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Von Karma? Actually, the portraits he drew... I don't know if you saw, but the portraits he drew are like almost accurate to in-game, to how they look in-game. At the Heavenly Hall. You'll see it in the next investigation. Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Von Karma? Yes, well, it's a better drawing than I expected. Isn't it? Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames. I really did. Yes, I'm sure you did. This is going to get ugly. No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. Larry. What? The burning bridge is fine, but what is that unfortunate-looking figure? Ah, you spotted that. I thought you might. However much I want to ignore it, I can't. It's Iris, of course. Iris! I wish she'd take better care of herself. We have to plan for our future, you know? What would have happened to her if she had injured herself flying like that? Larry, please answer this next question honestly. Okay. Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant flying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames? Yep, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist. A real artist. Are you... Hi, that girl. She's really high up in this picture. Great joke. He's clearly on meth. Ah! What was that for? This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory. Please whip your own cheek from now on if you wish to test your wild theories. Still doing the Larry voice there for some reason. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly. Actually, there is some precedent for this. She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge, at least. It's really something to see. Oh, right. Von Karma was bringing that up because of the circus case from the last game. This has to be some kind of a mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring the witness back down to earth. What? Me? This witness is your friend, is he not? Accessory to foolishness. Miles Edgeworth. Let's get back to the cross-examination, by force if necessary. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here. Yes, Your Honor. Looks like I've got another reason to remember this moron. Well, what did you think of my debut piece? Get that thing away from me! Horrible sketch of what he saw on the night of the crime. Edgeworth being a complete asshole to Larry about it. Look! I mean, like, hurry up and cross-examine him. Look, he even, like, blended the edges. That's pretty damn good. What was he sketching with, either? What was he sketching with? Like, he has paint. That's not paint. He didn't paint that. That's clearly a colored pencil of some sort. Or maybe it's paint, I don't know. Maybe the paper's textured, that might be why. I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. Just where did you see this sight from? Hey, no need to shout. When I was lying in the bed in that rundown shack, the crack of lightning bolt made me realize that the bridge was burning. I just watched it there for a while, thinking how nicely it was burning. Then after about 5 minutes, I saw it. Wait, Pastel. Oh, yeah. The defendant flying. I watched some videos on how to use Krita today. So I might practice a bit more soon, now that I know some, color making stuff in it. But I have to practice the fundamentals first. The defendant flying? That's right, when I decided to go to the bridge. I see, that all makes sense. Aside from the sketch itself. You ain't touching that much, yeah. Yes, this sketch doesn't make any sense. Just need to convince the artist that his work is ludicrous. Her white hood fluttering. Objection! We know she wasn't wearing her white hood. Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care. In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you a whole $1 that it's the truth. If that is truly the case, then there is only one thing we could say for certain. What might that be? That the person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant, Iris. What? What do you mean? I don't understand. Ah! A foolhardy folly of a foolish statement by an equally foolish, foolhardy fool. How exactly can you make this claim? Tell us, Larry, according to this picture, the individual whom you say you saw was wearing a hood, correct? Of course she was! That rundown shack is quite away from the bridge. The hood is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris! The hood is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood. What? Ugh. It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one at the defense's bench. Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She had given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight? What are you talking about? I think you understand what I mean just fine. Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood? What? Edgy, what's going on with Iris and Nick? Why, Nick, you dog! Jesus Christ. This is the worst trial I've ever presided over, eh? I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited and discarded, straight into the garbage. Ah. What is it now, witness? It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. He's 25? Yeah, he is. He's 1 year younger than Nick. Edgy, today's the day I get to completely stupefy you. What? What is the meaning of your outburst, witness? I hate to do this, but I have some definitive evidence. Definitive? Evidence? Iris did indeed come flying over that burning bridge, and I, Laurice Donham, shall prove it. Didn't expect to ask this again, but we shall be needing your testimony once again. What happened to the voice there? That accent was not Canadian. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in this sketch, and show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually reality. Okay, I hope you're ready, Edgy. because I'm going to feed you a whopping serving of pain. You've been serving us a whopping serving of pain this whole time. Trust me. For your insolence, you shall experience a world of prosecutor pain. Proof that Iris flew. When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her. That led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere, half buried in the snow. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. Are you kidding me? A crystal sphere? This one. Pretty, isn't it? Why do you have it? But finders keepers. That sphere. Where did you find it? Let me see. Around here somewhere. Looks about right. And it was half buried in the snow. And it's pretty much stopped snowing by then. But there was still some falling as I walked to the bridge. Court accepts this crystal sphere. Great line. That's mine, okay? I want it back afterward. There's something on it. Oh my, it's blood! What? Blood? Found half covered in snow near Dusky Bridge in the night of the crime. Has blood on it. You ready, Edgy? By tomorrow morning, you'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's going to push me around anymore. Didn't you want to be Laurice Donham only a few minutes ago? Case isn't going to end without a fight. Exposing the obvious contradictions in this testimony will be easy, but I fear that what awaits us are further mysteries. After all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. We know someone that had a crystal sphere. Let me confirm this one last time, Larry. The reason you thought that this was Iris are the hood and this crystal sphere, correct? That's right, my gut is never wrong. I met that old bikini the next morning, and her crystal sphere was still there, safe and sound. Oh, on their neck. Indeed. She was wearing it in this very room earlier today. Case is going, okay.
Hold it!
Half buried. It was sitting in the snow with the little gathered on top of it. It was actually very hard to spot. I mean, it was dark out too. I'm impressed. You did well to find it. No matter what you may think when you look at me, I'm a pro. A genius security guard. I used a pen light I borrowed from my company to help my search. And it sparkled really brightly as if saying, "Here I am," to me. It does indeed look very much like the crystal sphere on Iris's hood. But I remind you that she was not wearing her hood that night. No one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. That's not true, because... I forgot her name. Elise Donham had a crystal sphere on her staff that is not there now.
Objection!
Larry, that night there was someone who lost a crystal sphere. There was? Who? Who was this stupid idiot? Miss Elise Donham, the mentor to a stupid idiot. The victim? I have a photo of her here. And on the end of her staff, you could see a familiar-looking crystal sphere. Hey, that's my photograph. Give it back. Ow, ow, ouch. A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I have one just like it on my brooch. They look nothing alike. In any case, please take a look at this. The victim's staff found at the scene of the crime. Ah, the crystal sphere. It's gone. What? What? Shades of Noel choking, Birdly in Deltarune. What? Just what does this mean? If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris. After all, she was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either. That means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim, Miss Elise Donham. A fool alongside another fool on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, thus it is rejected. You can't do that! I saw it with my own 2 eyes! And this crystal sphere, this is nothing more than a red herring. You honestly believe that? Give it some thought, and I'm sure you'll realize it as well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Donham was in her room on the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, the sphere cannot be related to this case. That is all. Miss Franziska von Karma. The only people who accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns. Why are you pointing at me? The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of her murder. Yet you expect us to believe that has nothing to do with this case? That crystal sphere was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder. After the murder? There's blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? This naturally suggests it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent, which is the exact same reason that he drew that ridiculous sketch. What? You mean I'm the killer? No, All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless there's some way this can be proven, I refuse to believe it's related to this case. She makes a valid point. There's no evidence that Elise Donham left Hazakura Temple that night. However, if somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth? I want your final opinion on the disposition of this crystal sphere. If it's not related to the case, then this witness you've recalled will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time. Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth. Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place? Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. To simply prove it, that's the only option. That's what he'd do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal sphere is a vital link into solving this case. You'll do what? A look in your eyes. You remind me of Phoenix Wright when he's cornered. That should come as no surprise, because right now I am Phoenix Wright, and I am indeed cornered. How do you present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth? Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder. Found half covered in snow. The blood? It has to do with the blood, I know it does. Maybe it's the track, maybe it's the fact that the tracks were driven back before the murder took place?
Take that!
Maybe? No, it wasn't. Your response, Miss Von Karma. Birds of a feather flock together. Are you familiar with this phrase? Miles Edgeworth. I think one such bird is calling for its fellow now. Go, go, Edgy, do it! Prove it! Win, win, win! She's cheering. It's as though I'm listening to the ominous caws of ravens. So, Mr. Edgeworth, what will you do from here? One more chance, Your Honor. I can't turn back after coming all this way. Time of the murder and when the crystal sphere was dropped. I need to find proof that the latter happened first. When we found the staff, it was already gone. I don't know. Maybe because it wasn't covered in snow? No. I fucked up here. Hold on. Crystal Sphere was indeed dropped before the murder. Well, oh, maybe the blood. Yeah, again, it's probably the blood coming out of her. This Crystal Sphere was half buried in the snow, correct? That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing, then it would have been a game over. The snow would have totally covered it. That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear. What? When the Crystal Sphere was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly. Snowing? On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. Oh, was the snow piled up and everything? As proven earlier today, there's no snow on the body of the victim. Ah, therefore, the Crystal Sphere must have been dropped before the murder. What? What? Order, order, order! On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to the Dusky Bridge. And there, something occurred that caused the staff's Crystal Sphere to come loose. What? What could have been? What could that have been? This sphere, there's some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge. The murder didn't take place in the Hazakura Temple courtyard? Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness. Just who is the fool, and which part is so foolish, Miss Von Karma? Have you been paying any attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. That's not exactly true now, is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body. That's the same thing! No, it isn't. You said it yourself. Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed. If that statement is the truth, then Dusky Bridge could very easily have been the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus there was no bleeding. You're forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Donham's body was found in Hazakura Temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to Hazakura Temple. You mean to suggest that someone carried the body all that way? I made it this far. The only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of the events is also perfectly plausible. Now, if the defense is ready, the court would like to have an explanation. Please show us the method by which the victim's body was carried to Hazakura Temple. Easy. On that snowy night, there's only one way the body could have been moved. The snowmobile. Ah! Why'd I do Larry's voice? Ah! 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 Oh! Eh? As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon, but it could also have been used to carry a body. Order, 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 eh? Yeah! This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave. What do you mean? The only one who could have used that snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin? You're too late, Franziska von Karma. And in fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We've shown that in this case requires further investigation. What? Where was the victim, Elise Donham, really killed? If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean? Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it.
Objection!
This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, he would never utter a lie that could hurt a girl with whom he is enamored. He drew this, so it is something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point. Edgy, thank you. That settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances. Ah! Ah! Right. I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It is just as I thought. Franziska von Karma, you make a wonderful partner. Excuse me? There was one reason, and one reason alone, for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case and then pass it on to Wright. Really? What's this? That's what this was all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. Then I wouldn't have had Francie whipping me at all. Youch! Miles Edgeworth, I don't care about what you were here to do. This was my chance to finally grind you under my heel. A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by. What a shame, Francie! This is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. I demand satisfaction. He's dead. I cannot believe that the witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for the questions that it raises. Have his words here today been the truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed. I'm counting on a thorough investigation by both the defense and the prosecution. And with this, the rest is up to you, Wright? Court is now adjourned. I get to read that other line that Franziska said there at the end. This game doesn't handle that, like, that system very well. Like, it kind of pushes text forward very quickly. Which I believe the next trilogy is fixing. The next trilogy is, implementing all the quality of life stuff that the Great Ace Attorney duology has. February 9th, 3:43 a.m. Hottie Clinic, Intensive Care Unit. Oh god, he's at the place with the creepy doctor from the last game. Hey, V2. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he'll be able to help me with them. Somehow. So yeah, that's when Case 4 reenactment or that's why Phoenix was looking at that case, because he fell down the bridge and all this is connected. So that explains why he was in the hospital bed in the last, at the beginning of the last case. I mean, that's pretty obvious. I don't know why I had to explain that. It's really stupid of me. Hey, how you doing? February 9th, 2:43 p.m., Dusky Bridge. Right, are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian in artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about. Oh, it's going full circle. It's a cold like at the beginning of the first case. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah, in the end, the Shichishito did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That's probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. Shishi shushi. There's something I want to look into. And that is our client's background, naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, Wright. Take care. Guess I should get moving, too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I've got to get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Ah, that's right, Maya's still stuck over at the Inner Temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cold of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out. I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. Dying Squirtle, yeah. That thing looks like it's ready to collapse, at least more than it did before. According to the Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes. Which reminds me, if memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. Now it really is more of a dusty bridge than a dusky bridge. That kidnapping incident happened here 11 years ago, so maybe it's cursed too. Hazakura Temple doesn't have a single private phone line, and there aren't any houses in the area, so I guess Bikini's the only one who uses this. Really wish I'd brought my cell phone with me. Why didn't you bring it today, after you got out of the hospital? Looks like it's about 20 yards to that cliff over there, but I can't see the Inner Temple from here. Really hope Maya's okay. There's a narrow path going off in a different direction than that of the main hall. Looks like someone's taken the effort to write Heavenly Hall on the signpost. Dingus, yeah. Dingus, dingus. Yeah, Larry painted these, so he's not bad at what he's doing. He's good when he puts the time and effort into it. I think that's kind of the implication, that his sketch wasn't very good because he rushed it. Looks like no one's here. Larry? Larice? Sure he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. That stuff is really ruining the beautiful atmosphere around here. It's so inappropriate. Like Sister Bikini in a bikini. Oh, God, I think of kittens. Think of the kitties. These steps lead up to the foot of Dusky Bridge. Coming down is a cinch, but going back up doesn't look like a walk in the park. Starting to understand why rivers always want to flow downstream and not up. This is the famous Eagle River. Got to try out its rough rapids last night. They say it has a really strong current. And they weren't kidding. It's both powerful and fast-flowing. The other night, not last night. It's been 2 days since he was in the hospital. I was dead lucky. I mean, lucky not to be dead. No clues here. Look at this graffiti scrawled right in the front of the shack. At least he managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I really think about it, I guess art kind of suits him. I mean, his very existence is an art of sorts. I mean, also, there's precedence for Larry being an artist. Remember the very first case of the very first game? With the Thinker statue that was actually a clock? That was, you know, he made that himself, by hand. Like, he sculpted, apparently he sculpted that and made the clockwork himself, so he's not really as talentless as he believes he is. The snow here is really piled up on that straw roof. It's so otherworldly, like something out of a fairy tale. Well, the roof part, anyway. Sign says Heavenly Hall. Guess it's pretty fitting. If you spent a night in a little freezing shack, you'd probably find yourself at the pearly gates by morning. Without spoiling too much, I will say that in one of the future games, one of the games that takes place after the time skip, you do see Larry, and you do find out what happens to him regarding art career, and it's interesting. That's Dusky Bridge up there. It's amazing how clearly you could see it from so far away. Larry supposedly saw everything through the shack's window. Not much light gets down here, so it must be pitch black at night. But this area is probably illuminated that night because of the burning bridge above. It's weird how Edgeworth acts when he's in court versus how he acts around Phoenix, like when they're investigating. He seems so much more casual. Anyway, nothing doing down here. Now kiss. God damn it. Come on, please, it's for art's sake, I swear! There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. It'll make you famous! Ah! Enough! A fool's fool who foolishly accept the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, Ow! Your reflexes of mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up, and you want me to grill me, and you want to grill me over a name? Francie, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death, or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not. And I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Gah! Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least a semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. No. I don't care what anyone says, I'm telling the truth, I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh! Just like that dude in the red underwear. Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. How does he not know who Superman is? Off he goes. Hi. It's amazing how little you've changed in the past year, Phoenix Wright. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh, joy. Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I'm Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Franziska was born and raised in Germany, and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was a legendary prosecutor, Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now, he's gone from this world. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me. This I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth, come to think of it, Edgeworth was also pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know? He said this case is of special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weeny little pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kinda cute. Ow! No smirking! No whipping the sick. That foolish fool doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing only, to pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some cold killer X, you know. I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes. Every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge. Did you even consider the dangers? Hey, she acted like she didn't know that Phoenix fell down the bridge in the trial. So she's lying. No, the only thing in my mind was, I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said that he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's got to be okay. I just know it. Plus, need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. About this. Yow! I refuse to help you, Phoenix Wright. Should have known better than to try. An old friend, said to be #1 at the DA's office, studies foreign judicial systems now. Oh, so that's why he's not in America anymore. Legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma's daughter became a prosecutor in Germany at 13. A.k.a. Larry Butts saw an unbelievable sight at Heavenly Hall on the night of the crime. Went to the Inner Temple for spiritual training and is trapped there now. see the main hall from here. Wonder how the head nun is holding up. Oh wow, is that an inkling of human kindness I sense? Ow! You enjoy causing other people pain with that sharp tongue of yours. It's not compared to that pain you cause with that leathery whip of yours. This is one impressive gate. Compared to the grandeur of the main gate of the Von Karma estate, it's but a pet door. Looks really idyllic with all that snow on it, don't you think? All that snow? Don't make me laugh. This is but a light dusting where I come from. Don't make things up just because you never get to see it for yourself. Oh, because I never get to see it for myself. Never mind. He's saying like, oh, well, I don't get to see it, so you're clearly just making shit up. I'd love to know what the thing that was used for on the night of the... I would love to know what that thing was used for on the night of the crime. Huh. Still thinking small, I see, Ms. Phoenix Wright. Or perhaps not at all. That's why you'll never defeat me. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I don't recall ever losing to you. It's time for us to settle this once and for all with one final showdown. Looks like she mentally blocked out my victories over her from her memory. It's a quaint little bell tower. Never would have thought that something horrible was about to happen when Iris rang the lights out bell that night. Well, I got some bad news if you don't like her, because she's gonna be sticking around. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, Main Hall. That was one long sigh. Sister Bikini? My, didn't know you were here. Oh, how you doing? You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I met Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it, there's an acolyte stuck at the inner temple, and that poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? It's an altar. It looks a bit old, but someone does a good job taking care of it. Speaking of altars, I remember seeing one like this in Crine Village last year. Guess they really have to do with spiritual power. This is all same stuff. Yeah, we've read all this. Maya told me this is a type of zabuton. It's called an enza. Suppose if I'd never come here, I would have missed out on all these new things. I've only seen a layout like this when I saw this really old Japanese movie on TV. Wow, this hibachi brazier really puts in a lot of heat. Just think about how happy we were sitting here eating pot roast and gravy. Bet this writing on these sliding doors are instructions for spirit channeling. It's like we scribbled math formulas on the bathroom walls. Yeah, we've read that already. I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Remember last stream where her back went crunch? And you heard, like, the sipping noise? Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I was until this morning. I don't see any psyche locks, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I'd acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else. He draws trouble? I know a card game he might be good for drawing art for. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. Inner Temple. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple, is that correct? That's right, I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claims she was in her room at Hazakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night, but because you did, Maya's stuck by herself at the Inner Temple. I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter's especially bad. I'll bet. The training hall looks like it's about to fall down at any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. Gotta get Maya out of there fast. But still, there's no reason to worry, really. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there. It's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with the murderer and no way of escape either. Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? I mean, I'd like them. You could tell me your measurements, Bikini. No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Donham. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. What'd you walk on in here? You walked into Bikini trying to give Phoenix her measurements. No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. Also, hey, Ephraim, how you doing? I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I noticed you always refer to Miss Donham as Mystic Elise. Oh? Yes, now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? The deepest secret. It seems Miss Elise Donham was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Donham on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all got to be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but you try to keep it together. Oh man, my head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearls. She was with Miss Donham on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know? I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? I really like that shot there of the statue with the sword, where it's like almost monochrome. It's just black and white with just like a little bit of teal on the statue. It's really good. Really artistique. According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe, tell me you'll be done with the repair soon. You certainly have some unusual friends, don't you, Mr. Wright? Friends? That fancy pansy painter is one thing, but whipping the judge is just bad form. Well, do you think you could go drill that into her head for me, please? You must be very happy to have such a fine mentor. Mentor? No, he's just a friend. Oh, you naughty devil. Always the joker, aren't you? He seemed like a lovely young man, like the kind you could always count on. Yeah. It's kind of depressing how much faith she has in him. What a disgraceful young man. You finally seen through him, huh? How could he sit there and claim he really saw what he drew in that picture? Although the portrait he did of me was rather flattering, I must say. Still, it's not like Larry to make up something up that might get a woman he likes into trouble. There's more to that sketch of his than meets the eye, I'm sure of it. Please tell me what's going to happen to poor Iris. If she was to be found guilty, well, I wouldn't accept it. But your testimony, Sister Bikini. I can't help my testimony. I saw what I saw. It's up to a pro lawyer like you to deal with problems like that. I mean, she's not wrong. How can I ever make up for this? Make up for what? For allowing harm to come to such an important person! So I was right. Miss Donham isn't just any old visitor here. It's all my fault, isn't it? It's all my achy back's fault. Now Mystic Elise is dead, and the acolyte is trapped outside the inner temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing too. Missing? I hope that's all it is. Oh dear, I've got to train to withstand more pain, don't I? I was wondering about this. Let me see. Well, as you may know, in order for us to see reality for what it truly is... yeah. An immaterial girl. We got that joke last time. There's something else, though. I'm guessing she makes an exception for fine dining. Aw, come on, Phoenix. Oh dear, I wonder where on earth that little girl has wandered off to. She's nowhere near the main hall, that's for sure. First I lost Maya, and now Pearls. How much more pain is this case going to cause me? Ugh, not to mention the fever is giving me a killer migraine. She's a very important visitor, you know, an honored acolyte. She is? Wait till the fan game, Phoenix. Do you know her or something? The Fae name is synonymous with the Quran channeling technique. Therefore, she must be a spirit medium of great power indeed. Looks like Bikini's in the dark. She doesn't seem to know that Maya is the daughter of the Master of Quran.
Take that!
Oh, wait, no. We're not ready to do this yet. Shit. Stop. Desist. Elise Donham. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Donham had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicion almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Donham's true identity. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should go investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. Abscond, yeah. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying in the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. The Shishishito. It's right there in Mystic Ami's right hand. But it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Miss Donham's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to that staff. Guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? There are a few of these stone lanterns scattered around this courtyard. Not the city glare to compete with. I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. Guess Sister Bikini must light them now since Iris can't be here. They get quite a bit of snow up here in Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun. They're tools for getting around. The sled, now that's gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. That building up there is the main hall. It was where we were staying. It's kind of funny because it was built on a very steep slope. If you enter from the main gate side, those rooms above me are on the ground floor. Apparently Miss Donham was staying in the corner room. Guess that's where she was pushed from that night. The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. Difference in elevation's almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And that's also the height the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Miss Donham was pushed from the top of the wall? Wow, there actually is nothing here. I've checked everything. Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell? This is where you've been. Keep it nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished repairing the bridge? Yeah, I did. Told you I'd let you know. Well, then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I mean. Ah! Oh! It's been a while, Scruffy. It's... Miss Von Karma! Sister, please, leave the investigation to me. My, well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I am on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow, that hurts, you know. Silence. I, Franziska von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you'll follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? First stream of the year, baby. Hey, Zeno, how you doing? Yeah, it is. Nothing special. I was hoping this would be something special, but at this point it is not. I just want to see if she'd comment on anything. Okay, just finished a GURPS session. I've heard that phrase. I don't remember what it is. Roleplay system, right? Ah. Very weird that you can't, like, nothing new to be said about that. Tabletop RPG system. Ah. Figured it had to be something like that. Alright, we finally got access to this area. February 9th, Inner Temple Gate. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick! That voice. Pearls! Mr. Nick. Mr. Nick! Babby. So you were here ever since that night? I was so lonely I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that Dusky Bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone. Must have been very trying for you, little girl. Ah! I'm Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well... I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. Looks like Pearls' words are getting under her skin. Yow! Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls. Weren't you with Maya? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Mystic Maya! I hate crying. Hey, wait, Pearls. She just ran off. Ow! That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry is inexcusable. What was that all about, Pearls acting like that? It's giving me the creeps. Guess I better take a look around now since I finally got a chance. Especially since something seems different about this place from 2 days ago. Shut down. Yeah. Ooh. You could see Dusky Bridge from here. It's an unusually long bridge, isn't it? I would say it's about 20 yards. Guess the gorge is too wide to cross with a piece of rope or wire, huh? Therefore, no one has crossed the gorge in either direction since the night of the murder. A simple yet sound deduction, wouldn't you say, Phoenix Wright? Play some music here. It's quiet. Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix Wright, do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Why don't you ask her the next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. And she'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. Door's also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, let's see what stunning clues concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think, Franziska von Karma? I seem to remember. It was covered with snow before, yeah. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright, it's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. Hey, Finnegan, how you doing? How's your new year going? Are you feeling better? Phoenix Wright. What? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes, that metal hook there is for mooring posts for that metal hook there is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that's an anchor for one of the wires that used to... That's an anchor for one of the wires that's used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. But I didn't say anything. There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though. Come now, Phoenix Wright. What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm would come from it? But it says no entry. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply saying, whatever? That's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? This must be the door that leads to the inner temple, where Maya Fey was training on the night of the murder. Yes, there's a solitary room there called the training hall. You could do with some training yourself, Phoenix Wright. Ow! You're completely out of shape. Ugh, I don't know how much more of this woman I could take. Sign says inner temple. I don't know how you're reading it, but it's incomprehensible to me. Actually, I can't read it either. Feigning comprehension isn't a very good habit to have, Phoenix Wright. She looks really happy to have finally caught me on something. However minor it may be. Whoa, what is going on here? February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya. She was supposed to be in here training. It appears she's nowhere to be seen. I'm good. How are you? Are you okay? Yeah. Sorry, I asked before. I don't know. Are you alright? How you feeling? Blah. Back is itchy. What's that? That strange lock. Wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. Very focused today, aren't we? What? What? Wait, hold on. What's going on? Did something happen? I wasn't paying attention. I'm gonna get a drink. 1 second. And then I'm gonna crunch my back real quick. I'm still recovering, though it's still sometimes killing you and cough doesn't help it, but no more fever for a couple days now. Maybe I'm just distracted? I'm not distracted. I've been less distracted tonight than I've been the last, few streams I've done. I'm glad I'm glad that you're recovering, Finnegan. I hope everything goes well for you, and I know your family was going through it too. I hope everyone's okay. I also hope you're having a happy new year. This whole room... This is something that bugged me. Is there a reason the locks look like that? The lock looks like that. I don't know. I mean, again, well, we don't know what the lock is yet, but, I mean, it looks like a psyche lock, so what do you expect? This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. What a pity. It's full of nothing but old clothes for the acolytes. I thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything. Yeah, you can do anything except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. Look at these wafer-thin mattresses. I'm sorry, Phoenix Wright. Wafer-thin? Yeah, you know, thin like a wafer. In other words, uncomfortable. That's how we describe things like these mattresses. I guess you must say wafer-thick or something back in Germany? Not about these mattresses, certainly not. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... A woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in the room since I was here last time. No, not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes, there is a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. Better than something else. Oh. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Misty Faye's image is obscured by gravy. Hanging scroll updated. Touch to see before and after the view under the check screen. Blah, 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 blah. This scroll shows a picture of Misty Faye, master of the Karine channeling technique. Why would anyone cover it in gravy? Can't make out what's drawn on this scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artists. Artists? Yeah. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains, it's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psyche lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. What took you so long? I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this. Mr. Trite. Prosecutor Godot? I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up to the trial today? Ha! I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough! I believe I have the measure of you. You're the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Trite? This is Miss Von Karma. She is the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Ha! Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Asshole! Just who do you think you are? This case is my... Hey, Philly. Know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only going to say this once, Lady Von Whippingberg. Go home! Phoenix, Wright! What are you hitting me for? Ha! You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite. Go home and be a family man. Of course she doesn't whip him. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you're set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? Godot, would you mind taking a look at this? Ha! My eyes have a date with the horizon. They're flirting with the gulls. I don't have any intention of aiding a defense attorney like you, Trite. But you must help him, even just a little. Look who's talking. I had no idea such a smooth refusal can make me so angry. I like how Von Karma's now suddenly on our side because of how asshole she is. Why didn't you show? You had some important business, and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is... Well, let's just say modern medicine allows us to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So, you mean, that mask you wear is... this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death. How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trite. You. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who it was that ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It'll all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite? Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said, too. And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I could tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and... I won't say it again. Chances of her being in here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where's that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance to which we're standing at right now. Why wouldn't you just wait by the door if that was the case? Be like, hey, I'm right here. This is the only place the search party's yet to explore. So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No! Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there right now with a search party? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see that big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all. Go should stop making me think about Turnabout Storm. Is that the fan game? This case? When the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right. Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. Oh, yeah, I know what that is. I've seen that before. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. But she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught. But that won't bring her back. Well, no, but... You were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher? Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing, Trite. You robbed her of her life, and now, you let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No. What is this peculiar-looking lock, anyway? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. Repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would... Well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well, then I suggest the obvious... Then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key? Huh. Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. There's no keyhole? That's right. An interesting puzzle, eh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. And who was it? Simple. The accused. What? Iris? When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there. Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times, now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So, Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock. I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot. How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You'd better start praying. You'd better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, Trike. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. Guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. I don't know, should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Oh, it's Gumshoe. Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Ah, my brain. This is driving me nuts. Ah! Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder with my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not. How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean that one that says no entry on it? I, already kind of snuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? A kind of garden-like garden. A garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out! I'm not telling you. I'm asking you, pal. Got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Of course, what else will we do? I only want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Garden. This is the last area of the game, I think. February 9th, Inner Garden, or Inner Temple Garden. Oh, there's already a bunch of shit going on here. There's a strange feeling in the air. Wonder what it is. Strange feeling. Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy, a Von Karma will always show up wherever there's a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But... there are a couple torches here. Guess you need all the light you could get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at these things, pal. Looks like they've been lit pretty recently. Recently? How recent are we talking about? As recent as the night of the murder. I was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think that these things were lit up at the time, I guess. A little lantern, a little statue. Certainly is a quaint little garden. Oh. What is this huge bowl here for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over. But the ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if that has any impact on this case. Well, I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Oh! Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me. Got it? There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. Looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Donham. Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cords found in both the victim and this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Corrine Master's talisman, worn by Elise Donham, found in the garden of the Inner Temple. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. and it's almost a perfect rectangle. Couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy? Huh, no, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. It wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you, just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret, you can't tell anyone, got it? Oh god, here we're gonna hear about the wizard again. Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see? I was so disappointed I just picked up my mouthguard and cried all the way home. Man, I got so much trouble when I left it on the couch. Is that it? That's it. Oh! To clear the snow away must have had a reason. But I can't even begin to imagine what reason that could be. What the heck is that? Uh-oh, you spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it is written in blood. You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, sir. So how's the Intertemple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working in the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, this place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern that stone lantern, and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They looked kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... It's kind of hard to say, actually. Guess I better look into them myself. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we could do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait, since she's the only one who could open the door to the sacred cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, he sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds... pleasant. Maya, so these letters are written in blood? Yeah. What's worse, it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Donham's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down. You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer. Result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Ahem. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Donham wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking! That's impossible. From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Donham's actual murder. At least that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? So Miss Donham was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think about this, Miss Von Karma? Ah! Surely a special gumshoe investigation will reveal the answer, no? What are you talking about? That clearly says 11037. It's really funny because I've never played Danganronpa 1 on stream. I've played 2, and I've played Ultra Despair Girls. I wanted to play V3, but I took too long finishing this and Pokemon, so I don't think it's in the cards right now. I will play it at some point this year. I'll make a point of going through it. I want it to be the next game I do, but I don't think there's gonna be time before the end of January stuff releases. But wait a sec, the bloody writing and all the other clues here. Someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs for the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. This really was the scene of the crime, and I need to figure out what exactly it was that Bikini actually saw. The situation hasn't changed. We still don't know anything about Maya's whereabouts. She's gotta be in the secret cavern, though. That's the only place left. Heard it's real cold in there. Gotta get her out faster. It could be bad, pal. Isn't there anything you could do, Detective? What are you talking about? Huh? We're already on it. You couldn't get a faster response from a computer. Mr. Godot put everything in place right away. That guy doesn't mess around. Godot? Yeah, the coffee-drinking mystery man who didn't show up in court today. Gotta say, he's totally made me rethink my perception of him, pal. That guy's got more mysteries than a choose-your-own-escapade book, pal. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I already know. I can't believe that he skipped the trial like that without even getting permission. He'd have been fired for sure if he worked for a normal company. Never would have expected the prosecutor's office to be so lax. Don't get the wrong impression, Phoenix Wright. More importantly, doesn't it strike you as odd that the police are unaware of that man's medical situation? Yeah, why is he hiding that from everyone? Additionally, it raises another question. Why did he choose to tell only you? Yeah, why did he? Hey, you want to hear something, pal? Come on, I know you do. Maggie says she's gonna buy me a new coat. Really? That's great. Yeah, I think it's say thanks for helping her out during that last case. Which means I can finally chuck out this stinky sweat-soaked rag. I'll take a photo of that for no reason. I mean, you don't have any special attachments to that coat? And after all the effort I took to mail it back to you from Germany. Well, be sure to take good care of this one once it's retired, sir. She sure was a mysterious person. Her real name, her past, it's all a complete mystery. Still, it strikes me as odd. Why would someone who wishes to remain anonymous become an author? You know what probably happened? I bet she didn't know her books are going to be such a success. That's what I think. I don't know. I'm not so sure anymore. The clues we found today have turned this case all topsy-turvy. I can't see how Iris could have done it now. Oh, how interesting, Scruffy. Sadly, I don't share the same sentiment. Perhaps prepare yourself tomorrow. Prepare yourself well for tomorrow, Mr. Phoenix Wright. No, mister. Why does every prosecutor want to burn me at the stake so badly? Got the wrong drink. It's supposed to be cream soda. It's root beer. Oh, I know how much you don't like root beer. That sucks. You can have some of my cream soda. I have cream soda and root beer. And birch beer. And also Coke. The drink, not the drug. Pain. He was Mr. Elise Donum's apprentice, or so I heard. Well, I suppose you could call him that. God drew a portrait of me, you know? Well, lucky you, I suppose. Yeah, but I had to pay him 50 cents for it. That's pretty awful. You aren't really enthused about this guy either, huh? Well, he made a mockery of the court today, and I'm almost sure he did it on purpose, too. Apparently this girl was trapped over here since the night of the murder. Did she say anything to you about Maya? Say anything to you about Maya? Holy what, you remember that? What about you liking root beer? I'm beginning to think it's a cultural thing. Because I have another friend from the same culture that also says they don't like root beer. So I'm curious if that's actually a thing. She wouldn't tell me. She's not gonna tell me something if she wouldn't even speak to you, pal. She was real upset. She wouldn't stop crying. Phoenix Wright, look sharp and go comfort that poor young girl. I will. Trust me, I will. She cross-examined me once, you know. Yeah, that was us. The big guns locking horns. Witness versus lawyer. It was a battle of cunning tactics and tricks. The witness isn't supposed to play any tricks. Maybe here's anything on your end. I've never seen root beer anything. Candy, soda, nothing. Really? I see root beer candy all the time. I used to have gummy root beer candy. That was good. Can't believe she's gone. She's a sweet old lady. She doesn't look like the lying type to me. There's a problem with her testimony, wasn't there? Yeah, but I don't think that was her fault. She was just trying to say the right thing and it came out wrong, that's all. I know what it's like. Happens to me all the time. For a detective, you're completely lacking in powers of observation. Wow, what a beauty, huh? Oh, what was that long pause for, Scruffy? That's a real nice brooch she's got, too. Ah, oh, she needs to learn how to give compliments faster than Franziska gives lashes. I haven't seen Mr. Edgeworth for about a year. Talk about a long time. Do you know why he moved overseas? I don't know. Probably to look cool? Huh? There's a lot of weight attached to doing research overseas, you know? Once I've done my stint in Paris, you'll have to call me Monsieur Gumchasseur. People really don't get Edgeworth, do they? It's his own fault for not explaining anything about himself. Hey look, it's my attorney's badge. I like how he words that. Like a little kid. Hey look, my attorney's badge. Ah, good one, pal. You're always good for a laugh with your little badge. But a real man has a police badge. Hey, that looks good. Is it a cough drop? I tell you, pal, I've had a sore throat all day. Ah, no, that's not my Magatama. You can't eat it. Oh, at least he doesn't just put stuff in his mouth first and ask questions later anymore. No, spicy, sour, sweet, fruity treats, lots of corn, legumes, tomato, cilantro, and all that, but nothing like root beer. Really? It's an interesting thing. I'll have to talk to, Take and Nobu about it later. They don't like root beer either. What about this, Detective Gumshoe? Any thoughts? Yeah, well, pretty chilly today, huh? My brain doesn't work properly in the cold. Perhaps we'll just have to wait until summer when it's warmer. Oh no, my brain doesn't work properly in the heat. I'm kind of weak in the head. There's some things you shouldn't advertise, Gumshoe, especially in front of her. You know anything about this scroll, Detective? Well, I know it smells great. Yeah, this is just some kind of weather for steaming some mashed potatoes and gravy. I really love that stuff. Ah! Have you nothing else to say about the inane ramblings about gravy? Have you nothing else to say about this other than your inane ramblings about gravy? Not really. Let's leave it at that, okay? That staff belonged to the victim. Yeah, and apart from the missing crystal at the top, there's nothing wrong with it. Gravy's good? Yeah, it is good. Oh, I just remembered something important. This is just between us, okay? Is it going to have anything to do with this case, Detective? Well, no, but it's really... Then I'm not interested. Yes, sir. And follow the ins and outs of it, but it turns out that this wasn't the murder weapon, right? If what Sister Bikini saw was right, then no, it's not. She said the murder weapon was thrust into the victim up to the hilt. But their bloodstains on this aren't consistent with their story. Don't worry, pal, I'll uncover the real murder weapon. If I hadn't turned up by spring, you could take it up. If it hasn't turned up by spring, you could take my badge. I think Japan root beer is pretty unpopular. Maybe. I don't know. Sorry, 1 second. People are sending messages. Pretty quiet today. Japan likes melon soda, I know that. Melon and lychee are popular candy and soda flavors in Japan. All hell broke loose there in the past few days. Yeah, massive earthquake on New Year's Day and then a plane crash yesterday. That's rough. It's amazing that everyone on the plane that got hit, like, evacuated and were okay. That's ridiculous. I mean, the people that crashed, I think, were killed, but the people on the plane that was hit, all evacuated Because they were on the ground. It was at the airport. Need to get some melon pan someday. No URL, please send me some melon pan in a in the gift box they sent me a few weeks ago for Christmas. It was supposed to be fresh, but you know it was in that box for several days, so it was a little tough, but it was good. Oh wait, no, it wasn't melon. It wasn't melon pan. It was what is it? What was it? What flavor was it? Yeah, it was a type of melon pan. It was oh my god, matcha. There we go. How did I forget that? I get that all the time. Me and Nessie get matcha because they serve matcha stuff at Wawa, which is a store that's kind of exclusive to New Jersey and upper Northeast. This will be long over by then, Gumshoe. Oh, not like that Nichijou bit where Yuko eats the sell-by date. Yeah. Oh, I mean, the sell-by date was passed, because it's, you know, it's bought fresh. But we kept it cold. So I was able to, at the very least, like, eat it semi-fresh. It was good. Its matcha taste is very weird in bread, I'll say that. I do want to try an actual melon, like a standard melon pan at some point, though. I've had taiyaki, that's really good. The pastry with, like, the bean paste on the inside. Delish. Love the local melon pan. I'll have to try it someday. It was like a circus today in court. All thanks to this little sketch. At the risk of repeating myself, you really ought to choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. Okay, I know Larry's a bit out there, but he genuinely wants to help Iris, I'm sure of that. He wouldn't have produced this for no good reason. You're nothing more than a marshmallow on the inside, the both of you. If I visit there, I know, trust me, this year I've already got, I'm not even joking, I might be going on like 7 trips this year. Total, possibly more. Or possibly less. I think 7's actually the max, but it's going to be expensive and it's going to be ridiculous, but I have to see what happens. If that's the case, and this is definitely going to be the last year I do this many, and then I'm going to like call it, I'm going to bow out and do like maybe 1 a year. No, you're trying for the Texas con. Yeah, I guess I could talk about that. I am in fact going to TFF, Texas Furry Fiesta, in March. Originally, I was planning on going to MagFest this month, which would have been in like 2 weeks. I really want to go to MagFest, but getting a room for that is hard because, you know, furry cons, it's a different story than like a nerd con. So I'm not able to go to MagFest this year. Instead, I'm doing Texas Furry Fiesta, and I'm doing it for a good reason because there's people there that I'm only going to be able to see this year. So I figured I'll do that instead. And then I've got more trips planned after that coming up. But in terms of Texas Furry Fiesta, I've already set for it. I just need a room specifically for Sunday night. Because the room I'm staying in is only from Thursday till Sunday morning. And I'm not going home a day early. Not for a trip that I have to fly halfway across the country for. This was found close to Dusky Bridge, wasn't it? That's what that artist guy said, yeah. Right after the defendant flew over the burning bridge. According to his testimony, she dropped it when she landed on the other side. But this crystal didn't belong to Iris. The crystal had dropped out of Miss Elise Donham's staff. And there are traces of blood on it, too. The real question is, what is it doing near the foot of Dusky Bridge? That thing must have been worn by the victim. There's no other way of looking at it. You mean because of the matching leather cord found around the victim's neck? Yeah, bet it was one of those things she always wore. I've got this safe driving charm I've been wearing for over a year now. If I ever get into an accident, it guarantees it'll be the other guy's fault. Isn't it supposed to stop you from having an accident in the first place? Also, you ran into a traffic light a year ago during the case with Matt on guard. So I'd be real, once you get off the plane, you're gonna go for Hotel and Chicken Express. I mean, yes, I'm gonna go straight for the hotel, and yes, I probably will order Chicken Express. That is an absolute must. The place where Texas Furry Fiesta happens is actually like at the exact intersection of where you can get Chicken Express, Raising Cane's, In-N-Out, and Whataburger. You can order all 4 of those within range of the hotel that TFF takes place in. And it is an experience. It's all like, because you can't get, none of those things are in the East Coast. That's all West to Central America. And I'm just like, oh, I have to try all these. I've tried every single one except In-N-Out. In-N-Out's the only one I haven't tried. Actually, I don't know if In-N-Out's there. Whataburger is there, and I had that, and I know it was good. But no, In-N-Out has to be near there, because I remember when I went last time, they did a panel on In-N-Out versus Whataburger, and they had the burgers there, so there is an In-N-Out somewhere around there. So yeah, maybe I'll try that. I've been told In-N-Out is grossly inferior to Whataburger, but you know, that might just be Whataburger stands. I don't know. Again, here on the East Coast, we have, you know, fast food, Shake Shack, and then that's it. I don't think we have any sort of like special burger chain. We have Smash Burger here. I don't know if that's in the West though, because I know you said you don't like Smash Burger. Burger. I could go for a burger now. God damn. It's gonna be a fucking blizzard this weekend. I'm not gonna be able to go out and eat. I better order lunch on Friday. Only tried one burger of theirs, so I don't know as of yet. Smash Burger's very odd. You really need to, like, the way they season their burger and their fries are very interesting. You need to be in the mood for it. You really need to be, like, just, like, in the mood for that specific taste. Five Guys. Now, let me tell you about Five Guys. I used to love their burgers, but ever since the pandemic started and I like, DoorDash them, the buns are becoming increasingly soggy, and they just got really gross after a while. Just couldn't eat them anymore. Alright, let's go back to the suspension bridge. Alright, let's go to Heavenly Hall. Alright, let's go back to the temple. We're like out of options here. I'm a Cali boy. If anything, an In-N-Out secret menu, In-N-Out secret menu is the main draw. Yeah, oh yeah, no, I've been told that, like, if you order, like, a burger, like, plain from In-N-Out, it's nothing compared to, like, custom ordering it. Like, not even a secret menu, just, like, it's, like, specific ingredients that you have to ask for on the burger that they don't put on the menu. So it wasn't crazy when it tasted funny to you. No, Smash Burger has a very distinct taste to it. They had a truffle burger last year, and let me tell you, that thing was so weird tasting, because it was, like, actual truffle. It was, like, very sharp, and, like, it was an acquired taste. Like, you couldn't just eat that as is. Like, you had to be ready for it. It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright. Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We gotta hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple, then. I'll see you later, Wright. Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright, I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, Wright. It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright? But it's Maya! Mr. Wright, all that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Yeah, you gotta order it animal style. In and out. Ah! No time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. Sister Bikini looks like she shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello, you two. How are you doing? The sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. She talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk to her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris, she was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. and we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Ah! Oh, yes, you did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular! You two are the only ones who would have said that to me. Did I order the charge block? No, I did not yet. I mean, even if I ordered it a couple hours ago, it wouldn't arrive. It would arrive the same day. I don't know, because here's the problem. I don't have any outlets to plug it into. I have a bunch of I have some extra USB-A ports left, but in terms of outlets, my room is kind of like full. The only thing I could do is, you know, if I'm not using the VR headset and I'm not at work, I could plug it into the power strip. But my power strip has one, like, bum plug. You know what? I'll probably just order it. I was told 20 watts is the best to get, but 25 might not be too bad. Again, I can charge the thing that I mentioned before. Okay, so, alright, not to go on another side here, but I ordered a tablet last week, or 2 weeks ago, and it came 20 to 30 watts, yeah. I ordered a tablet. It's a Galaxy Tab S9 FE. I'm going to use it for various things, but I don't have any way of charging it properly because it uses USB-C to USB-C charging by default, and I don't have any USB-C charging ports, so I have to buy an adapter with a USB-C plug on it. I can use USB-C to USB-A, but it only charges like 10 to 15% overnight from the charge port I have available. It might be more if I use a different port, because the port I'm using is on my lamp, which is like a very low-powered charging port. I actually don't even know how much power it draws, but if I plug it into one of my lower ports on my USB hub, maybe. But again, it's kind of not worth it because it only charges it like a couple percent. Again, it's a new tablet with a big battery in it, so it's not going to run out very quickly at the rate I'm using it right now. If you have outlets in your room in awkward spaces, that's for drawing stuff, right? That's one of the reasons I got it, yes. I'm going to start drawing stuff, and again, it's not... I have my reasons behind it. I'm not going to go into detail here, but I do have a very specific goal in mind with drawing stuff, but that might not happen for a couple years. How's the pen for it? Very good. It is thin, but it's very responsive. Rooting for me though. Thank you. I'm not yeah. You have the Huon H1060P as your drawing tablet. It's done its job very well. Yeah, nice. I was like on the fence about getting a drawing tablet, but I'm like, I'm not always going to be at my computer. So I got a regular tablet that I know I could just draw on. From what I've seen, it works pretty much just as good. There's apparently tablet computers where like it is a tablet first and foremost, but it can be used remotely. Apparently all of them suck. The only good tablets are ones that are either, you know, screen connect computer, no screen connect computer, or just a tablet, and not a drawing tablet. Blah 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 blah. A few outlets stuff. Yeah, the pen works really nice. I don't know how well the nib's gonna hold up long term. I already feel like it's well, not I don't feel like it's wearing off, but like wearing down. But like I look at it and I think like this nib is not gonna last too long. So I will look into getting spare plastic nibs down the line. But for now, I don't have to worry about it that much. And again, it's not a Pro S Pen, so it's not it doesn't charge. There's no need to charge it. It's just I hold it to the screen and it works. The Pro, you have to charge the Bluetooth in it. But even then, it literally says like 40 seconds is a full battery charge. I also got a case, a nice case for the tablet, and the tablet has a space for the pen in it, which is nice because otherwise I have to slap it to the back of the tablet, and then it's like if something hits it from the outside, it's gonna fall off. Yeah, I know. I'm going heavily off topic here. I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. It's not often we have good topics of discussion going on in chat, so when it happens, I like to indulge. You have a problem, Phoenix Wright. Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that, but I know she's still holding something in. Guess it's time to break those psyche locks of hers. Oh, already? I thought we needed more evidence.
Take that!
Alright, time for the big twist, which I'm sure a bunch of you can see coming. You're in the same boat. It kind of makes you a little happy, TBH. Well, that's good. I'm glad it's relatable, at least. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Convinced that Miss Elise Donham had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it had to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author. Just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Donham's true identity.
Take that!
Miss Donham had this charm with her at all times. Gah! Where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm, either. Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could this talisman like this possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Donham really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Donham's true identity.
Take that!
The painting is obscured by the gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the Quran channeling technique. The crest at the top of the sign is that honorable title. That very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. This crest is reserved to the master of Quran. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty! There you go. Just like that. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me that talisman with the mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? Here's that really good music again. The Quran talisman, it's the symbol of the Master of Quran. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death? So Elise Donham was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Fey, the master of the Quran channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. Looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... What's happening? It can't be. Earthquake! Ah! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cavern in the training hall, it might very well cave in! What? Maya! It seems to have passed. We can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go! What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. What are the odds? You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. Real name Misty Fey, Maya's mother and master of the Quran channeling technique. What an unfortunate set of circumstances here. After so long, you finally figure out what happened to her, only for her to get killed. Gotta hurry to the inner temple and... Right. Ah, what are you doing here? Ugh, how could I have... How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Yow! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? Shh, she's gone. No! The defendant, Iris, she's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? I told you this case goes places and gets heavy. So it was just now, during the... Oh god, the crumple face. What is that one? That's Mike. Cringe. Oh yeah, the Mike cringe. What's that one? Sad Bungle. Why does he have Birdly as an emote? It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness, his fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. Mario RPG Runaway Sound. It's funny because in the anime, they go out of their way to not make Edgeworth, like, lose his composure. Instead, it's Gumshoe that loses her during the earthquake. So, I think. If I remember correctly, I legit don't know, but the Pain one, I know the context of it. Oh, the cringe one, yeah. Oh, no, that one. Pain is, yeah, that... Is that Larry David? Looks like Larry David. It's not, though. It's not Larry David. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross... No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. And you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. February 9th, Inner Temple, Training Hall. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Can we just take a bolt cutter and cut the chains? Like, we're like, oh, we can't force the locks off. We could just cut the chains open, can't we? Iris. Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? Yep, now there's 5 instead of 1. I have a very specific endpoint in mind for today, but I don't know if we're going to reach it. Because we got another investigation point before we can even get to the, we got 2 more points to go through. Right, is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know there was only 1 lock then when I came here last. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly... There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Don't leave me alone with her, please. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in the corner of the garden. Wow. It's really funny that you would say that to Franziska, of all people. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. Oh, look who's talking. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here, and if I can't help solve some of these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. This door. When I was here earlier, there was only one lock, but now there's 5 of them. Those chains, it's almost as they're guarding something inside that cavern. Never seen locks quite like these before. I have. I've seen locks and chains like these before. Yeah, we've read this already. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. Why'd you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried, I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was all right, but... But what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Kurine tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who can set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now somehow there's 5 of them. Just bolt cut the chains! What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks. The first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it'll take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? What if someone sets a lock and someone gets amnesia? That'd be a good case, yeah. Be a pretty stock standard Phoenix Wright case. Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. Got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. Gonna have to call on your inner strength for now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple, too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple, it's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. More of these freaking locks! I knew it, there's something going on that we don't know about. Take a look at this for me, Iris. Ow! Locks are far more important at this moment, wouldn't you agree? She's right. I'm gonna have to hold off here on asking things for now. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I could count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, and Gumshoe. And Pearls. Yeah, Pearl's just kind of gone, isn't she? She showed up and then peaced out. Cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Oh, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah! Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. Oh, I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you had something to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. It's a charm or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. It's a leather... Okay. Belonged to the victim. We're sure of that now. It's going to be in the evidence room once the investigation is over, so hands off, Wright? You need to tell me that. Well, our dear friend Larry would just try to steal it when no one was looking. Probably just wanted something to remember his esteemed teacher by. Take the orb, then. He already has the crystal. A little lantern, a little statue. It's small, but the whole place is incredibly well kept. There's just one thing that's troubling me. Everything else is frozen, covered in snow, or frozen over. But the ice in this bowl has been broken by someone. Maybe one of the detectives washed their face in it or something? Don't be ridiculous, right? No detective would be that careless at a crime scene. He's really angry. Better not say it was Gumshoe or his salary he's gonna pay. According to Detective Gumshoe, they were lit on the night of the murder. Well, Maya was training up here, so there's nothing strange about that. Except, apparently they don't light these torches for training sessions. Huh? I heard that too much light isn't conducive to spiritual training. Oh, I didn't know that. I suppose you've noticed that Maya's name is written on this lantern. It's pretty hard to miss, you know. It's written in Miss Donham's blood. She was probably forced up against the lantern by the killer. And with her back against the lantern, she wrote her name with that name with her finger. That's why it's written upside down. Think the victim wrote this herself? Isn't that the obvious conclusion? But why would she write Maya's name? I don't think that's something I want to discuss with you. Why is this the only area with no snow? Someone must have cleared it away. What other explanation is there? Of course, I played the what-if game as well. But when I asked our trusty bungler, Detective Gumshoe, he said it wasn't him. Suppose Edgeworth has a point. Whoever cleared that snow away must have done so for a reason. Just can't imagine what reason that could be. Look at that bamboo forest in the background, so lovely looking. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the blood writing in the snow and the talisman? Blood writing and the talisman in the snow, woo! Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect... Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I found myself short on breath. 17 years ago, we were little school kids at the same elementary school. Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in that elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen when we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? By me. You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. Never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I could say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you'd think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No. Wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look into her file? Yes. Checked over her case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. My worst nightmare? Wouldn't it be worst with a T? My worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of this puzzle that solves the case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. I have enough evidence for that right now. It's weird that there's no one around here all of a sudden. Sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. Oh, Mr. Nick! Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry, this is the loser shack where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Larice did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? Heh, I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now, with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then, what do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream. A wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. But Mr. Larice... Not you two. Please don't look at me like that, Pearls. Pearl. No, I'm not Nick. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you! This picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after that lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It's exactly like I drew in the picture. And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. Hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face? Pearls. Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing. Does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Donham's room reading a book together. But Miss Donham was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the Inner Temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. This is, yeah, it's really cute. She gets her own unique, arrangement of psyche locks. Because, she's so short. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power, it's disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared? It's a little arc, yeah. Arc. Oh, it does arc over her. What do you mean your powers disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at the Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Oh, because it would cover her face. Yeah, if they did the normal 5-1. I mean, it's also more... It's a bit less of an issue. Well, actually, no, I guess it'd be more of an issue in this. Because, you know, in the DS version, Pearl's a lot shorter than she is here. Because in the DS version, the screen is taller. It's not widescreen. So she looks like she takes up less height in the DS games. Way to go, Nick! You made her cry. That was really cruel of you. Just as I thought. Gonna have to break her psyche locks to get the truth out of her. I know for a fact that her psyche locks are the very last thing you do this investigation, so that's not even worth trying right now. There are still bits of this that we don't know. I wonder if Sister Bikini's back at the main hall yet. Haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're off having a cup of tea together somewhere. Bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Okay, Nick, stop fantasizing. Well, how's the damage? How's the Sacred Cavern? Looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. Told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the Sacred Cavern. But who? Who could have done that? The only people who knows how to set those trick locks are those of the Quran tradition. We have Iris of the Sacred Cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me of how the Master of Quran disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple. It was a week ago when Mystic Elise... No, I mean Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said... Someone's trying to destroy the Quran tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them. Someone was trying to destroy the main family line. There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master of Quran, and her daughters, the main family. All the other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? Believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mask to Mask case, and during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The Quran technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know? I mean, the ability to commune with the dead. That's true psychic power, you know? Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see, all because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident. Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the records still exist if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. The DL6 incident. I knew it. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in this country's history that police have ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Fey, Maya's mother. Though Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the crime tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Karine Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Fey's spirit wasn't channeling, wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Quran tradition is starting to recover at last. But with the new master wielding the power of the clan. Does she mean Maya? Family feud. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. The spiritual channeling of the Quran, spiritual power of the Quran channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums, because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. Naked grandma. Ugh. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right. That's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too. An older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life. As a result. Presult? As a result. No, presult means that she wouldn't have even gotten anywhere. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mother and her aunt. That's right. Misty Fey had an elder sister, too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the Master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan. There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now, at Maya's home, Karine Village. Like a year and a half. What she did was terrible. It was all she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? Wait, what's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Fey's daughter. Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Fey's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearls. Pearl Fay. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest. That child, she's Mystic Morgan's? I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It's all coming back. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Karine's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. More twists in this trial than a pretzel factory, yep. That was Iris, you see? It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister... Could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Oh, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters. Well, half-sisters. They weren't the same. Yeah, practically everyone sucks here. Pearl and Iris. The only 2 that got out being decent people, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. See? At the end of that trial, there was that cutscene of Morgan saying, like, one day, I shall have my revenge. And she's clearly involved in this case somehow. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't let her destroy her dream that her child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls? It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. Winter Morgan has a daughter named after a gem, a daughter named after a flower, yeah. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris has a twin sister. Oh wow, I wonder who that could be. The plot thickens. Also, if I recall, in the DS and GBA versions, that portrait, very artifacty on the edges. It looks very clean here. This information will be useless unless I could flesh it out a bit. Need to ask more questions to get some more info. Morgan Fay's daughter and Iris' twin sister. Her father deals in jewelry, apparently. Older sister of Misty Fay, mother of Pearl and Iris, is in solitary confinement. Crispy, yeah. The pixels were crispy that day, my friend. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Karine. Well, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. Investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost. Along the way, I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. That's not reggae music. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, Detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. Promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. Just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? So how's the investigation going, Detective? I don't know if you should be telling me this, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. And they're talking about that blood, and they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean? I don't have the details yet, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What do you mean by that? Why do you do this? Is he stupid? About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here just trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt-up old letter. Burnt-up old letter? Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple. The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. And now there isn't. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff, but it's got no relation to the case. Wow, Gumshoe. Jesus, that is like Class S level ineptitude right there. Spirit mediums? Burnt letter found by Gumshoe in the inner temple incinerator. It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. Better give it a good looking over and give it some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. Be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is... She is our... the whole... Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this... Burn the... Also tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. That is quite a, that's quite a line right there. Gravely roast. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shichishito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken for, looking for now, right? Yeah, and man, let me tell you, it's work. It's tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. Got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using our department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? You know what that secret weapon is. What's the secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector! Raise your hand if you didn't see this one coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give a scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It's pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Hell yeah, let's do it. Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright, then I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive you can make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off of it. Oh, bother. So now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off something metallic. Next. Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you've hit something or on something metallic. Press the A button. Why is it doing that automatically? This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Oh, this is all moving automatically. Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I met plenty of guys like you, always picking on the smallest details. Vegetable store guy near me at my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you could miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. Last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. That's odd. This sled's made of plastic. It says Bikini number 1 on the side. Maybe there's something under it? Hey, what's this? A badge? Aha! I've been hunting that high and low for that. It's yours, detective? That thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. Cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sure glad I put that dime in there now. How'd you manage to drop your badge here, of all places? I know, I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and... Stop right there. I don't need to hear any more. Just a pair of skis, nothing useful for our case here. I'm actually pretty good on skis, you know, pal. Just love to fly down the slopes with my coat fluttering in the wind. Really? I had no idea. How good are you then? Well, I'm better on skis than I am on skates, but not as good as when I'm on a snowboard. That's a pretty detailed answer. Oh, but you know what I'm best at? Making mashed potatoes and gravy. Guy's losing it. Must be the altitude. Gotta get back to the investigation. That Shichishito next to the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know. So I'll just check it again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yes, I'd heard something about that. Not totally wrong. They gave a simpler solution could be the real solution in some cases. Yeah, no, absolutely. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd been leading had I not joined the homicide division. Think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. Think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as the Blue Badger. Something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. This looks like a wallet? Aha! That's where it's been! Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. But you still dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Then how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. Anyway. What's this, a pen? Hey, I've been looking all over for that, pal. Huh? It's yours? Yeah, my old man gave it to me when I qualified as a detective. He told me it'd be good for sticking suspects' faces. That makes you detectives sound really nasty. It's my dream to stick it in your face one day, Wright. Then don't go losing it. Why is it reacting on the wooden staff, I see? This is Miss Donham's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing's causing a racket. Here, let me look at it. Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the... Ah! The top is coming off! Look what you've done! You've damaged a really important piece of evidence! Ah! That's a sword? Inside the staff? Is this... could it be? The murder weapon? I never guessed that there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This is one real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed their own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. Doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it, either. And I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No, no, no. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shichishito as well. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it's been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know? You're going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and... well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been murdered? Please, detective! Let's just wait until we get inside the sacred cavern, okay? You're looking kind of Viridian there. Okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. Let's keep the staff's secret trick. Keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of the mountains that makes some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure. Thanks. Has a sword hidden inside. No one knows this except me and Detective Gumshoe. The victim's staff received from Detective Gumshoe for safekeeping. I can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Donham doing with a staff like this in the first place? Still can't believe it, pal. Never guessed there was a sword in that thing. Sure, there isn't any blood left on it, but there's a good chance this is the murder weapon, pal. But this is Miss Donham's staff, right? That would mean she was killed with her own weapon. I guess so. And there's something else that's bothering me, too. No? What's that, pal? Miss Donham was an author and an illustrator, right? So what was she doing carrying around a sword with her? That's a good question. And there's gotta be a good answer to it, I guess. Good luck finding it, pal. Begin to see why he receives the salary he does. So, interesting fact, like I mentioned before, the earthquake thing in the anime is switched so that instead of Edgeworth losing his composure and Iris escaping, Gumshoe, I think, like, gets distracted by it, and then Iris escapes. But the scene where they find the murder weapon, the scene where they find the cane sword, instead of it being Gumshoe, it's Edgeworth and Phoenix investigating together. Also, it's nighttime while they're doing it. They pull on it together by sheer chance instead of struggling over it, and they reveal it. It works a bit better, I think. It works as good as it does in this case. Anyway, we're coming to the end of this investigation part. I think we gotta do Edgeworth first. Pretty much the rest of this is all the Psyche Locks. Well, Psyche Locks and, this stuff. So we know that Iris has a twin sister. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but... Whoa, what's happening here? Whoop. Messed something up. The problem is, she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris is taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case. You're not the only one who's noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. On that very bridge right over there. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own half-sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Not half-sister, step-sister. So, I mean, they were technically Iris and Dahlia Faye originally, and then I guess they got their names changed. Her sister. Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood-related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh, and this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Executed? I'm sure it's a bit of a shock for you, Wright, and for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead, huh? I wonder. Seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch of family of the Corrine channeling technique. Did you say Corrine channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes. I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. Police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. Execution in Japanifornia? Yep. They are very strict with the results here. I mean, it's implied that Manfred von Karma was executed as well. And let's be honest, he only murdered one person. Dahlia murdered how many people? She's responsible for Terry's death. She killed Doug Swallow. And she killed Valerie Hawthorne. So she's responsible for a lot more deaths, and it's no surprise she got put to the chains or the sword or whatever. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file, and you'll know. Of course, how could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case as well. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Karine channeling technique is real. Dahlia Hawthorne, deceased. Morgan Fay's daughter and Iris's twin sister. She was executed last month. It's eerie. They look exactly the same outside of their hair color. Sorry, Wright. You're a defense attorney and I'm a prosecutor. It wouldn't be right for us to discuss things so intimately. But you were acting for the defense in the trial today. Want to know how to run the perfect trial? There's a lot to study and learn. Oh, is that what you're studying about right now? I've sat on the prosecutor's bench for trials in 5 different countries now. The first thing you must do is gain complete mastery of the language. It's quite a task. I'd never get anywhere then. It's taken me a lifetime to sort of master one language. Yeah, that's me reading this game right now. Another victim we know nothing about, same as always. I hope you'll tell me something if you know something about our mystery woman, Wright. I know that Elise Donan was no ordinary visitor to the temple, but her true identity could be a useful weapon for the defense, and I can't just give away info like that. He's something of a legend, I hear. Don't say it like you don't know anything about him. Tell me what you know. It's a bit strange, actually. If he really was anything special, I should have heard about him by now. I'm always well informed about the rookies coming into the prosecutor's office, you know? Then you mean he isn't anything special? You should already know the answer to that. Although there is one other possibility. Dahlia's hair is dyed then, right? If they're identical. Yeah, maybe. I mean, Morgan has black hair. Pearl's the only one that doesn't. Right? She has she's like brown hair, yeah. Well, there is one other possibility. What's that? He could have come into the profession from a different channel. What different channel? There's more than one way to become a prosecutor, right? Perhaps he started off as a defense attorney, but decided it wasn't for him? A defense attorney? I didn't even know you could switch sides like that. Apparently I'd become something of an apprentice to Elise Donan. Yeah, something like that. He did this portrait for me earlier. That's great. Let's just leave it at that about Larry, alright? Looks like someone's still mad at the Butts for his performance in court today. Surprised Edgeworth even accepted that picture from him. It's been more than a year since I last saw Franziska myself, but it seems that she's been dying to see you again. She really said that? I believe she wants to eat you for breakfast, or to put it another way, whip you silly. Literally and metaphorically. Oh. Go on, let her have her way. It'll make for a great anecdote about my trip. Forget it, Edgeworth. Apparently Iris was taken into this by the sisters here at the temple when she was a child. However, we still don't know much about her past, so we're looking into it. That reminds me, Edgeworth went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look up some stuff on her. And we already know that. Anyway, I think we can break Iris's psyche locks now.
Take that!
The night of the crime. It's weird that you can't even go to the precinct or detention center in this investigation point. I think it's about time you were told the truth. Yeah, I think it's about time you told the truth about what you're doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder.
Take that!
I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini? Her testimony in court today was very clear. Come on, crunch. No crunch. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The Acolyte's actual training was start to due after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple. So I would have left about at 9:40 p.m., I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. Track photo?
Take that!
No. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. The mistakes just don't suit you. Huh? I'd hoped you'd at least get this much correct. I hate seeing you mess up and getting all disappointed. Didn't know she could be so harsh. Iris, what are you trying to hide? The more you lie about it, the more I know it's gotta be something really important. Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but that doesn't add up with this.
Take that!
Alright, she rang the lights out bell. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. You were at Hazakura Temple, you were at the Inner Temple, there were 2 of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. Which means, there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me, and it's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me. Time to make the connection.
Take that!
I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder. It was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it was yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Quran channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard I'd been spotted at the Inner Temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. Just as I suspected. She even does the hair flying back animation. Yep. The iris that Sister Bikini saw at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? Because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept that I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What's she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here in Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father! That's awful! But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many businesses and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place. For power. But his plan backfired. Because of our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the Master of Karine. That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. Yeah, this guy sucks. Yeah, everyone sucks here. To be fair, Morgan sucks as well. But before long, the credibility of the Karine tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see? Oh, and I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together here. I've asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fay clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said that she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to do to investigate. Blah. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. Still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's Psyche Lock. Take a look at this room. Yeah. Yeah, everyone's lives have been fucked up all because of the spirit channeling bullshit. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. Huh. You're too late, Nick. You came here for one of our potatoes. We've already polished them all off. In the anime, they still have some. I think Nick has one with them. Also, again, it's nighttime by this point in the anime. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Come on, Pearls, you could tell me. What happened to you on the night of the murder? Why were you found taking refuge at the Inner Temple today? Why don't they just, why bother? Logic, they're depressed. Wow, this must be one big secret she's hiding.
Take that!
The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Donham's room reading a book together, correct? Yeah, I was so happy she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried. I had to go. I don't know what to do with myself. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss Donham's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls, on the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you?
Take that!
You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one simple reason, and that is this.
Take that!
It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Till after 10? How'd you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell? The Hazakura Temple's bell's pretty small though, isn't it? You must have had really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of the bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing the bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about the bell was because of this. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her.
Take that!
You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Well, where did you... In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator... I believe they were written for you, Pearls. Multiple Pearls. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt. But the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was...
Take that!
It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris or Sister Bikini. It wasn't Iris who Sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading these instructions. Thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her half-sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was that asked you to channel the spirit of someone you've never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow?
Take that!
Pearls. I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea who wrote what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you. That's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, Pearls, it's time you started telling the truth. Mr. Nick, Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it! However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How did you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this evidence proves it. Gravely roast the Master in the fires of Hades. Something about the Master and gravy?
Take that!
It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? What? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the Master in the fires of Hades, and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right? How did you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Donham on the night of the murder? Perhaps we could read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like some practice reading with me? Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says, gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Donham taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the Master in gravy from that night's pot roast. What? Yeah, exactly. It's wild. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and even I couldn't even do that right. After dinner that night, I did go to the Inner Temple, with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Khura'in like it said in the letter. I see. And then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then, Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple? Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one at the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, and then I heated up the leftover gravy, and I let off some steam by you let off some steam by chucking the gravy onto the scroll while you cried. Must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh! Just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel the spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Oh, Larry, yeah. Way too many ellipses after that. Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. Larry, Chunkla. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. Morgan's letter. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. And last month she told me... The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. My mother's always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with their letter, too. A picture? Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... What a manipulative woman, yep. Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken already, as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Orders from Morgan Fay, opened once before. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother's watching over us. So I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Aw, Pearl. God, it's so sad to see her, like, with so much blind faith in everyone. Not knowing how terrible her family actually is. at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha! Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot? The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How could you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in of itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. This music's really good, too. You only hear this, like, twice during this case. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I could trust you, Mr. Nick. You'll get to hear the whole song later. It's a really good like sad song. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Ass. I don't think I'm gonna get Lady friggin' Stop, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna get to the point where I want to stop tonight, unfortunately. I want to get one more whole section done, but I don't think I could do that in less than, like, 30 minutes. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. Morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit that is kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor for today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot. Franziska's engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. Hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. I still don't have the answers to most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise don't know. I mean, Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 7. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor, what are you... Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. Also, for some reason, the judge's younger brother got Phoenix's cold, just to conveniently place everything back to normal here. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Yeah, none of the same people are here. It's not the same. It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. Almost thought that Fran whipped him a new one. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. Therefore, there's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't we discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I'm but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donham? Also, that's why her last name is Donham, because it's pseudonym. Which makes me wonder why they didn't go with Sue as her first name. Sue Donham. As a cover-up for Misty Fey. I guess it would make it too obvious if her name was like that. But again, she's an author. Could have been her pen name. No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court. Order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in cold sweat. Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. Just happens to be that in this case it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie. Iris' testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime are you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket. I've been in Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Karain tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would need to dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Karain channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, trite. She's naming Maya? Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I try my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was... that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. The real murderer. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya, I mean Miss Fey? Yes, it was truly a frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard in the head and it looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Donum tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Fey? Yes, exactly. Ha! You look like I did after mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. You have a problem with your testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Lawyer boy? You have a problem with Iris's testimony? Yeah, a lot of them, actually. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Ugh. Ass. Okay, now, let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. Bullshit. Why would she do that? Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of the events. Huh? Miss Donum throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you could do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, but Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you could see, It's actually a sword. Ah! If Elise Donham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Yeah. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Donham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey.
Take that!
Well, Mr. Godot, oh, that wasn't right, come on. If you ask me, the only thing that seems strange is the angle of Mr. Trite's index finger. Eh? Trite, try sticking your finger in an electrical outlet might be Trite, sticking your finger in an electrical outlet might be safer for you. Otherwise, it might get bitten off the next time you poke it in the wrong place. Ah! Still don't think Miss Donham would ever attack Maya. If you think about their relationship, it's obvious. Why don't you dig it over one more time? Very well, Your Honor. The defense will not yeah, okay.
Take that!
Elise Donham would have never attacked Maya Fey. How could you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donham. Her real name was... Misty Fey. Fey? No. Not Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the crime channeling technique. She's also... the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donham actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Why was that so loud? Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Ugh! Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, 1, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and 2, that the two people battling to death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems very difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes, what is this one little impossible thing? Ha, you still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard the witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken my first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he did discover this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor, but do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? Dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. Wait, what pine tree? That's not a pine tree on the left. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha! Were you even listening, old man? I first heard the confession this morning, just as I'd taken my first sip of the 13th cup of my morning coffee. Didn't you just say it was your 8th a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. Bonsai tree as a pine tree, yeah. I guess technically it's... Bonsai tree, is that needles? I don't know. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. Putting Christmas baubles on it, yeah. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Found in the tree on the Inner Temple Garden, excuse me. The blood is being analyzed right now. Now then, the testimony we've just heard has numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we could consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. The battle. What happened to the victim's staff, then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? Something Mystic Elise was on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it! Anyway, after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost. The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Objection!
We know that Maya Fey was at the Inner Temple that night. And the woman that was killed was Elise Donham. Isn't that fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Two of them faced each other for a moment, and Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell onto the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
Objection!
Pretty easy contradiction there. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to a blood loss from a stab wound in the back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? It's simple. People are like books. You all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? Yes. I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Can you please knock off the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make any sense. Throwing away a useful staff, and people fighting being mother and daughter, people fighting being mother and daughter. And now, she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies here. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... You ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about what her own ambiguity... The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. Not too much of it, though, then it's blinding. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is training at the inner temple, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. To wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It had been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's it. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, trite? No! Came up with a lot of bullshit there. Order, order, order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit on the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern, there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that in the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. It certainly looks that way.
Objection!
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think about it, he did say something to me yesterday. I mean, we established this last case, so that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark. We knew that in the last case because you didn't see the ketchup stain on the apron. And that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Godot's literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from a caffeine overdose. I believe it's now been established that Miss Donham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Having a Virtual Boy strapped to your face 24/7 does that, I guess. Sister Iris's cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Crime tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichi Shito to alter the wound, the way the wound looked. So you moved the body? Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Donham was actually Mystic Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for Twist of Fate, Your Honor. I intend to return to the Inner Temple after taking care of the body. Or intended to. But you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Ha! Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Did you ask for more details? Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. Objection! I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? Godot, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked back to the Inner Temple, from the Inner Temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject. It was there by the main gate, the snowmobile, I mean. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Order! Order! Mr. Godot! Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe. Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. Smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. So you transported the body by snowmobile, all the way to the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway, and then I... What about the other option? If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. It would just feel weird not having Maya or anyone with us during a trial, and seeing the asides, yeah. This is truly the final boss of the Ace Attorney trilogy. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks from here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see, snow was still falling, huh? When the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there's such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about the testimony? When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement I was just made to be added to the testimony. What, does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. This should be fun. You, let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right, I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What's going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid, Revelations. What a weird reference to make there. But I mean, we've already made a 300 reference in this game, so... The Grid. Huh. Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya for some reason. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Your Mystic Elise died... I know. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Is it the lantern? No, it wasn't. Approximately until 10:50 p.m. I think it's just she testified that it was earlier. No, that wasn't it either. So we waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless. I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't your job as the judge to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me, it finally dawned on me what she had done. On her, what she had done. So then, you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. Why'd you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. Thought the best thing to do would be to remove the body from the crime scene. Moved your body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? Oh! She couldn't have dragged it across the bridge because if the snow had already stopped at that point, then that means Dusky Bridge would have already been on fire. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. There we go. You claim the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris, that just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and caught on fire. What did you say? That the bridge, it was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Order, order, order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that's truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing right now is that we find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but... whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donan was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donam's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself out all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at the witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us that your memory of that night now is hazy? It's only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well, not exactly, no. Well, there must be some other way to get she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be your final testimony? Moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really not matter all that much? Or are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge? I think we know a way to cross a burning bridge. So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in such condition. Taken the morning after the crime. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Trite. I'm only going to say it one more time. It's only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, begin your final cross-examination. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Huh. If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same thing as actually seeing something. I've come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all my evidence and see where that takes me. Gotta be like a shark. I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. Yeah, you figured it out.
Objection!
A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. Like a shark phoenix bite. I don't know about that. In any case, we did have a witness who saw it happen. Preposterous! Who is it? Who is this witness? Can't check it out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. This Elise Donham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Donham. Brilliant? Highly gifted? Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night, he was at the mountain shack, the Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Did I wait? Well, the shark might have friggin' laser beams. God damn it. Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha! Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, what does a sketch prove anything? What the... Well, yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whisker-Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Laurice Donham is... exactly what happened. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You could see it right there in this sketch. Whoosh! You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the Inner Temple yet. Oh, I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're worth one cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. Must be some way. I just know it. Yeah, it's called my fist. I think I hear noises coming from outside the house. Must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. Alright, then the witness will now return to her testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, I gotta do this. I gotta represent this thing? God damn. It all comes back to this. But I get it now. I skipped all that. That's why I believe this sketch shows the truth. Very well. Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Maurice Donham stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Ha! This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet, or did I miss something? Mr. Wright, that answer just now, it was lethal. Mr. Wright, after dragging us all the way to this point, that answer was embarrassing. It was so embarrassing, I'm actually blushing. Blushing only suits women, not the elderly. Anyway, what now? Your Honor, please give me one more chance. I'm in a tight spot. What I really need to do is turn this case upside down. So it's time for me to flip things around and get them straight again in my head. Do you know what you're saying this time?
Take that!
It's the wire connected to the bridge. They're going up in this drawing. That's a hint barrage, yeah. The suspension cables go underneath the bridge, but in that thing they were going up. The wire? Ha! Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that'll point out how the sketch contradicts reality. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But in the actual Dusky Bridge, Jumping Jehoshaphat! The wires are below the guard wires. What? Order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying that you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at the Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor. That's the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. No way. Larice Donham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. How would Godot be surprised at that? He clearly knew. So in this sketch, it actually think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Luis Donum's sketch is like this. This is how it should look. Actually, it should look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous! Order, order, order! All the things to say. A pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection!
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds about right. Spit takes technically negative coffee cup counts? Nah. Only one swig. In order to cover that distance with the pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. That lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have been prepared doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right there in front of them. At this point, it's already likely he's had nearly 100 cups of coffee. Yep. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? There's one lying right there. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Donum's body. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Huh. I'll go for some coffee now, too. Mr. Godot! Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems the odds of a rope being readily available are very high. So I suppose it's not an impossibility after all. Get 911 ready to dial. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. You have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to the photos, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we could see it's this one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body was dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Miss Elise Donum's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found... Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive, if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You've provided us with the way the body might have been moved. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright. I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffeenese. Can you please elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you said, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. Body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? Well, I mean, we already know it was Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one who could have managed it.
Objection!
Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on the cleanup duty in the Inner Temple Garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you gave your first testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I've established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How could you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Objection!
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is? There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been so sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... I mean, we all know what it is.
Take that!
I never thought I'd have to utter your name again. Let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name does ring some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Ha! Just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. You gotta be kidding me. Are we? Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor's all mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order, order, order! Wait a moment. How can you? My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Quran channeling technique flows within that body. The Quran channeling technique? Now where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. These people are just like, okay, sure. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to just buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yeah.
Objection.
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means that Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris, and the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely, one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection.
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found the plans that talk about it. However, there's only one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing on the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what we know about the scene of the crime. Or time of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris who received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yeah? After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that. Phew, thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Ha! I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know. Unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested in Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one. Your Honor, I think there may have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for about a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was...
Take that!
This is... Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here! No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice... Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession? Permanently retired. Huh. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? That damn hair flip, yeah. Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's nothing you can really do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again. Never thought we'd meet like this. That look on her face, yeah. You're about to see some good faces from her. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. And that's where I wanted to stop tonight. Took me an extra hour to get here, but hey, we did it. Okay, now please go to bed. Yeah, no, absolutely. Let me quit, please. Whew. Alright, well, that was a fun one. Thank you so much for coming. It is 4:40 in the morning. I need to stop. We will finish this tomorrow, and we will watch the anime bloopers afterwards. The outtakes. The live dub outtakes. Those are going to be fun. If you want to watch more streams, check out my Twitch page. There's suggested streamers right there. I guess I could throw a raid to someone, just to be nice. Eclipse Protocol is playing Hunt Showdown. Let's throw them a raid if they can accept it. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. I'll see you tomorrow with the finale of this game. Have a great night. Thank you. 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 I'm sorry. I'm still setting up the raid. Thank you. Have a good night.